Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope everybody's doing well. Today's Thursday. So I just realized the launcher had a new patch for 4.2. So I want to do a quick head over to one of the ASD sites, and specifically the ASD site, what is it called? Just want to clear the top there so it's not distracting. Okay. Yeah, so there was an update, probably last night for me, and I just wanted to check and see what's going on with the status of 4.2. We had a ton of lag yesterday, and I was addressing that the patch was not ready for live yet, and as you can see, the character saved, your saved character, at least my saved character, is still there, still working. That's great. And we're gonna set our spawn point back at Checkmate Station, and we're gonna just fly in really quick with a light fighter. Today's focus for stream, we're going to do some hull seeing. We're going to make it a nice chill stream. It's going to be a short stream today. We started a little late. I was able to get out the video I mentioned yesterday. Yesterday's stream. Good video. Recommend you guys check it out on my main YouTube channel, The Real Tars. And I want to check the audio really quick here. Just give me a sec. All right, we sound great. So ooh, very smooth. Butter, actually. What's the FPS? Wow, FPS is at 60. Well, I have it locked because I have the I have VSync on. That's the reason why it's locked at 60, but it'll likely be higher, I think. Let's see. If I take off VSync, will it go higher? Okay, VSync off. And we're getting 83 FPS. That's not bad. It's pretty damn good. So we're going to turn it back on. The only reason why is I get tearing, because we have Elgato, and for some reason it doesn't play nice, so we get tearing. I don't want to. The VSync fixes that. And it drops significantly down to 30 once you get around this area.
Welcome to the A-Class vehicle retrieval system.
We're gonna go in with. Let's go in with a Gladius.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
And we're gonna grab some heat gear because it's just very hot there in Pyro 1. And it looks like on the newer patch, it brought over a lot of the stuff that we acquired, especially the Sterling Exploration suit. We'll just throw that on, might as well. What's the temperature for this? Okay, so it does have the heat resistance, just like the Pembroke, and that specialized radiation. And we're gonna get a nice backpack that matches this. I'm gonna go with the RSI. Yeah, this will go perfect with this. Or I can go with the either white or black RSI backpack. Let's try the white. That looks good. Let's go switch over to the black one. Oh, that also looks good. It goes well with the black on the part of the suit on this Sterling. And you know what? We're just gonna keep this. This looks good. And we're just gonna grab some quick weapons. I mean, I didn't even get any ammo, so everything's pretty much reset at this point. We'll just grab any ammo or any gun and utilize whatever we have in the clip. Grab the parallax. And do we have utilities? Yes, we do. We have track the beam. In fact, I'm going to bring in max lifter this time around. So we're going to put this back, max lifter. And we should have a... Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I thought this wasn't brought over with the new patch, but we do have a couple of med guns here. Excellent. So I think we're pretty good to go. Sentence is obviously wiped. I think this is perfect for what we want to do over there. And the parallax has 80 in the... just the weapon itself. Should buy us enough time to... Oh, they're about to go kill the worm. I guess they're mentioning the Valakar, or I'm not sure if... Worm is pretty vague. Who knows? Once we get over there, we'll find out. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they're doing the Apex Valakar. With 3 people, they said it took them 32 minutes and a load of ammunition. It's kind of reminding me of Fallout 76. It just takes a ton of time, depending on the boss you go against, but with recent changes in that game, it's a lot faster, and the buffs or whatever, but we're playing Star Citizen. But as far as I've heard, recommendation is 4 players for the Valakar. Although we know that's not going to be the case. There's going to be orgs coming in and a bunch of players of groups, And I would think that there's going to be some recon players too coming in. Maybe to come in and do the event, cause some havoc, and then some. Right now we're in the middle of a space. We're getting about 104-ish FPS. And somebody mentioned something that I was just thinking of as I said that. Helps with server cleanup. I mean, when they do server cleanup and the server has been up for, uptime has been up for a while. And since things persist in the universe, it tends to get laggy. All right, here we are. We're just gonna head into one of the sites. I want to go to one. It's probably likely to be the most busiest one. Just want to get an idea for, latency, whatever. So we're gonna first check the regular site, or at least the primary site, and then we're gonna head over on the tram and check the latency out at the research facility. Okay, there's one ship. Looks like a Hornet. I am not looking to duel, I just want to get in. He probably might duel mate because I'm coming in a Gladius. So we're gonna put our shields up. We're just gonna fix our power management before we go in. Doesn't look like he's doing anything. Oh wait. There it is, okay. Doesn't look like anybody's in it. No, it's just parked. Alright, we're just gonna park here, get out. Let's take a chance. So as you can see, we're getting about... in fact, I was just watching a video about the MFDs causing insane lag. Not lag, but a drop in FPS. Okay, let's get our gun out. So far holding pretty good at the site. I mean, keep in mind, there is just two ships here. My ship and the Hornet. And we're at 60 FPS. So this dude is likely the guy in the Hornet. Definitely don't want to turn our back from the guy. He's likely watching his back too. He doesn't trust me either. There it is. Wow, that was tram just looked like it had some latency issues. But now they have the doors are open on the tram with like a shield. Uh-oh.
Shuttle is departing.
Oh, it was an NPC. Okay. So right now we're in the middle of nowhere on the tram, I assume, at this point, because we're at like getting at with rain, we're getting about 80 FPS ish. Oh, did that guy just jump out? I bet he didn't realize that the doors are open like that. That is funny. He thought the doors probably were closed. I mean, unless he was going to retrieve his ship or something, but it sucks for him. All right, looks like we're about to get there. So far, I'm now noticing the FPS is sort of dipping a little bit as you get closer. All right, here we are. Yeah, it dropped about 20 FPS. Just getting here. Or, well,
Shuttle is approaching station.
as soon as we got in the area here. Kind of hard to see with this shield thing. And he's still alive. Trying to preserve our ammunition. Yeah, we got a bunch of NPCs coming up. Yeah, latency is really bad here. Every time I would shoot them, they wouldn't... it seems there was like a desync thing going on. Alright, we got just backspace. And we got... Okay, we got some dogs, or these creatures here too. Oh, the NPC's attacking it. All right, so my FPS was fine. I think we're just getting server lag for whatever reason. Like you saw there, like I was attacking the NPCs. Some of it wasn't hitting them, even though it was right in front of them. The shots were, it looked like it was hitting them, but it was going through them. But as far as FPS, it's pretty smooth. I think it was acknowledged that there is a bug on the server end. They're trying to figure it out. And it looks like they haven't yet fixed or figured out whatever is causing these issues. But with the rain, you could see it does, with the rain and etc., the new site, you could see it does dip down once you get to the site. So it was about 80 when we were in the tram, and then it drops down about 20 FPS. And then here, too, you could see back here, see the FPS going up. So we're about almost 60 here. And as soon as we get into this section, it's just starts dipping. I mean, this could be the same on the live servers too. All right, so I wanted to get that out of the way. I wanted to see what the progress was with the newer patch of the 4.2 and the PTU. So we're going to now jump over to the live server. So let me load that up. All right, so quit out of this. And we're going to do some hull seeing. I noticed that Doom Awakening is out if you bought the if you've purchased the I guess the pre-release early or whatever they call it, early release or whatever. And right now there's just a hype train around it. I think I'm going to wait until its proper release, which is going to be June 10th, a few days from now. So I don't want to spend the extra $20. And we're, oh, I totally forgot. We are at Lorryville, so I think the whole sea is here. So we're just gonna head over to the hangar and then... But speaking of Hull C, the Hull C has been... In this patch, it's been very... I mean, not that it wasn't in other patches. It's been... The experience hasn't been the greatest, you know, if you don't know the workarounds. And then the thing that's game breaking is that when it's docked, you get that weird bug. And I think it, at least as far as I recall, if you get if the station pulls in your ship, that's when the problem happens. And you have to pay the fine, and then when you get into the ship, or at least when you try to enter the ship, that's when it goes into a black screen. And the only way around it is you have to either destroy it, destroy the ship, if you can, or you have to go to another station to claim the ship again. That's the only workaround. I know this is not going to be the most entertaining stream. It's more pretty base at this right now. I didn't get too much sleep yesterday, so don't have the energy to entertain. But I wanted to jump on and, you know, test out the Hull C, even if it's a base stream. Maybe you guys might enjoy the hulling and stuff. But I've been having a great time with, I mean, bugs and all on the PTU.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
And as I said yesterday, and I'm going to continue saying today, the patch is not ready for live, the 4.2. As you saw at the AST site, we're still getting that latency lag. And based off the evidence, you could see that my character is moving just fine. FPS is good. As far as I tested my internet connection, there's no problems on my end. So evidence is pointing to server side. All right, let's see. Do we need any ammo just in case? Let's see. Do we have any ammo here? Not really, but I think it'll be pretty good. Very rarely I have trouble flying around doing the Hull C missions, or just the hauling missions in general. Contracts. And just got to go through hundreds of contracts before we get to the pretty much at the bottom, the mission I'm looking for here. Hurston to Magnus. Actually, in fact, we could do the this is for the experience level. Yeah, experience rank. This one is for senior rank. This is, we just hit this the other day. This one is gonna take forever to do this rank to get into to master. Yeah, you could see we just started the level, but I want to see how much we move as far as the bar here. It's kind of annoying to go all the way down the list again. There it is. Oh. In fact, I was actually looking for this contract. This is by far the best contract when it comes to making money in the game, I think, in my opinion. Everest to Pyro, and then back to Everest is such a short trip and worth the money, worth the AUC per hour. For some reason, I didn't have this. When I was working on the contracts and stuff, I would get the Everest to Magnus Station. All right, gonna have to shut off a fan here. I don't want it to leak into the stream here. It's a little annoying. All right, we're back. Okay, so, all right, let's get out of here. We're gonna head over to Everest. Actually, no, I take that back. We have to go to, I think it's Terra Gateway. Let's see, collect. Yeah, so we have to head over to Terra. And I don't know if we can do the experienced contracts in order to get in order to get gain rep with the senior rep that we're currently the rank that we're at now. You know, like, I'm looking at this ship right now. This looks like the proper way the ship should land. And then having the, like, the landing gears come out the back. That'd be pretty cool. See, do I have any camera angles with this ship? I do. Oh, pretty cool. Okay, now we're online, our quantum drive, and let's head over to our target to pick it up, pick up the cargo.
Quantum travel engaged.
So I also remembered, if you were to like alt tab and you do things on the side, like on a browser or something like that, doesn't matter. I noticed that the game would like, it would like freeze, and then eventually it would just stop working. And then you're forced to like get out of the game and either F4, or if you could hit the tilde and then hit quit, then you're basically, what I'm saying is you're forced to leave the game most of the time, and then once you get back on, you're going to be at the quantum point of interest by the time you're logged back in to the game. I don't know if that's intentional or if that's a bug or whatever it is, but that is something I did notice. So if you're doing a like something on the side, if you have two screens or whatever, and your alt tab, at least that tends to happen to me a lot. I'm not sure if that happens to you guys. Okay, we're almost there. 8 clicks or so. 8, well, gigameters. And we have another hull seer. Probably doing some hauling too. I don't know if he's doing contracts or if he's doing, or like buying up goods and bring them to another place. You do make more money that way. I think the most... At the time, or at least my knowledge goes, I'd love to do the medical supplies. I think it's medical supplies, but regardless, I think it is the medical supplies that I've been doing, station to station. It's either one or the other, Magnus to Terra or Terra to Magnus. And I think it would make about over 3 million for the run. Pretty damn nice. Oh, I got the wrong one.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, there's also another bug that sometimes the station doesn't give you the right amount, and there's other times when you're about to you go to the delivery point and you're in the delivery point box and you notice it just takes off one container and then it says it's finished. So I've had those bugs too. Hey Rami, how are you doing? How's it going today? Today we're doing a chill stream. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully I can provide you a positive distraction, but I hope she will recover. I am doing all right. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was able to finish the video I was mentioning yesterday stream. That's good to hear. Looks like I can't steer the ship. Oh, never mind. It helps if I unlock the turning.
Just had a dum-dum moment.
Yeah, to produce, I noticed, yeah, you're right, the content is short. It's been for lack of words. Production, doing it in short form like that has been better for me. Long form content is a bit difficult. It does take more time to do. I do want to do long form content. I think that, like, well, the one that I had about the Taurus, I think I really like that one. That one does take a while to do, to get that kind of content out. But I could see that a lot of people do like that, so I think I'm gonna lean more into that content for future. At some point, just a lot of moving pieces. Oh, you got a new name in game? I wonder if I can, I wonder if you lose your friend if you redo your name. Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, but we're still, according to this, we're still friends. So your name is Jen RD? What's the Gen, you mean generation? Rami Davis? Is that what it stands for? Oh, general. You don't want to settle for captain. Captain was too beneath you.
You wanted to soar among the eagles. Fly amongst the gods of Valhalla.
Yeah, you're right. CPT, I see a ton of those names in the verse. You know what they say, the old expression, there are too many chefs in the kitchen. Well, that is a good point. I haven't seen general. Maybe I have once or twice in people's names, general something. But you had Copilot decide the fate of your character's name. How has the, you're still doing mining, or are you doing something else now? I gotcha. This route is so long. Yesterday you found the Guardian MX LTI with Harley Quinn paint for 270. Awesome looking ship. It is a nice ship, but is that a fan paint scheme, Harley Quinn? Or is that an actual paint scheme that Star Citizen is named? Or is that the official Star Citizen name for it? Harley Quinn, excuse me. I just said Harley Quinn. Gotcha. I mean, I like what they did with the MX. The automation when you go into quantum is pretty cool. I mentioned in my video, it does get annoying if you are like seeing it once. All right, cool. I mean, at least give the option to turn it off, because it does get annoying. It just keeps flashing in front of you. And then if you get out of quantum, sometimes it takes a little long before it comes off. And at that point, your shields are, you're probably going to be bombarded by a bunch of players. Uh-oh. Speaking of play, oh man. Speaking of players, we have an enemy player coming in to attack us. The question is, will we get into the get to the port before he attacks us? Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to get attacked. Oh, you sent me the screenshot? Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I've seen this one. This is this is a real one. Excuse me. It is very nice. I like the neon green, the red, and it looks like on the left wing towards the back you have the Mariah etched into the paint. Yeah, I think they did a great job. I think I don't remember, it might be 7 chips. Yeah, that is very expensive. Oh, there's a package. What are the 7 ships that come with this package? It's probably all of the Guardians, right? 3 of the Guardians, the Classic Guardian, the QI, and lastly the MX. But then what are the other 2? Yeah, you know, that is very weird that they're doing LTI with just typically, I don't know if you know, but anything, if you buy a ship that's worth $1,000 or more, it's going to have LTI. I don't know if they're going to change that policy in the future, but they do stuff like this, which I don't get. But as the expression goes, don't think you weaken the team. And I see a bunch of boxes over there, hydrogen. And looks like the hull seer is probably having issues. Well, hopefully we don't have any issues. It took a while to get here. I think what they should have done with Classic Guardian and the QI, I think they should have done the arrangement with weapons like they did with the MX version. Having 4 size 4 weapons makes so much sense than just a 2 size 5. I don't know. We're having some issues here. Let's see if we can get this to work. All right, let's try it this way. See if this works. All right, that worked. Let's see, change the camera view. So before the stream today, I was just checking on news about the game. And there were a couple creators. I do bounce around time to time. And there has been an uproar of complaints about the 4.2 being that it's going to be PvP centric, like the mine and align feature, game feature. Oh, okay. That contract actually was fulfilled. So it actually dropped off every single package. But it looks like I'm still seeing the mission. Doesn't look like it. I don't think it's completed. Let's go to contracts. No, it's not. So we have to submit it. But as you can see, the entirety of it was delivered. 2,947, pretty much the same. So we're going to submit it. There it is. We completed, got paid, and let's see how much our rep went up by. It went up just a smudge, you could see. Hope there's more PvP in the next patch with good loot. I think the next patch is going to have a lot of PvP. Since it's going to be based in Pyro and people don't have to worry about getting crime stats. Like in here in Stan, when they did the Mine and Line event, people were getting crime stats left and right, and then people were going to prison on top of that. But then there were bugs in prison and stuff. So I don't know. It's gonna. I think people are going to be more. It's going to be far more PvP going on. I mean, not that it stopped people from doing PvP during the Mine Align feature that's currently out still. I think a lot of people were just going to the Polaris event doing ship battle PvP and stuff like that. Just horsing around with their new Idrises. Oh, I forgot to set the course. Here it is. I wonder if we have enough fuel. We have 4.4 million. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of PvP. I'm a bit disappointed if, in fact, it was intentional with the missiles, and if it is on purpose, dumb firing missiles is not going to be a thing anymore, unfortunately. And what happens to missiles if you dumb fire them and you're even like 2 meters from the target, it just goes, it'll look like it's going to hit the target, but then the missile will go left or right or up and just avoids the target. I mean, if that's the intention, my guess is because the PDCs on ships don't attack missiles if they're not technically locked onto the ship, they won't fire at it. I mean, that's my only guess why they did that. They meaning CIG. But it makes missiles even more worthless. So but since there's a new patch on the PTU, I didn't test on this newer patch. We were experiencing it together. I mean, if you weren't here earlier, we just went on the PTU earlier in the stream in the beginning, since there was a new patch dropped yesterday. And I was just checking to see how the latency was at the ASC site on Pyro 1. I didn't check Pyro 4. But there is still latency issues at the new facility on Pyro 1. So this patch is still not ready yet. And yeah, I haven't had the chance to check out the missiles to see if that was a newer kind of thing that they're going to go with, like what they did with flight modes on ships. The older flight model was your SEM speed was significantly faster. Now we have this nav mode thing. I wasn't a big fan of people going 1,000 meters per second and jousting around that. And I wasn't a big fan of that. Although I'm not a big fan of going incredibly slow the way it is right now either. I think having a middle ground between what it is now and what it used to be would be better. All right, so I'm going to see. I'm going to look up whether or not the missiles are intentional. Okay. All right, we're doing a search whether or not the missiles can or cannot be dumbfired in 4.2. Obviously in 4.1.1 you can dumbfire missiles. I mean, you since you watched my video, I was still unsuccessful to finding an ATLS ICT. I meaning being able to get in it, and I found it technically. Take that back. I found it technically, but I didn't have a max lifter to lift up the batteries. But I think with the max, even with the max lifter, I think you still need 2 players to lift those batteries anyways. So it looks like to travel from Terra back to Magnus, it looks like it takes a little over 2 million gallons, or whatever this is measurement is, 2 million in quantum fuel to get back. But when we get back, we have to refuel. Yeah, they removed it. I mean, that's so far what I'm seeing here. I'm going to wait for it to complete before confirming that. All right, here we go. This is taking a while to search. It's already over 2 minutes, still researching. Okay, let's dock the ship. Okay, where is the docking? There it is. In fact, yeah, that trip from Terra to Magnus, either way, is over 2 million easy in quantum fuel. Oh, I know this creator, Kamarul. I do like his content. He's very matter of fact, and he's been right consistently with information. He does giveaways? Oh, question mark? I don't think he does giveaways. He's a... similar to Foxy Loxy, he does testing. But his kind of testing is very dry and he has pretty good humor. He's a German creator, Star Citizen creator, and at times he could be pretty negative about the game, but I think he's just being very pragmatic. Of just a matter of fact. But he does give credit when it's due. But he is very well vested into the game as well. All right, so we're gonna refuel the ship, and we still have that bug. Speaking of bugs, the fuel doesn't reflect. Like if you fill up your fuel tank, and we just filled up our tanks, and you could see in the top left corner it's still saying 1.37 million at a 8.6. That bug has been persistent. I don't know when they're going to address it. No one could beat my favorite streamer. You are too kind. Thank you, Rami. I appreciate your compliment. TARS approved. Well, I'm glad. If you weren't, I would be like, why the heck are you here? I would be like, I mean, there are people that hate watch people. I don't understand that. Yeah, I think so. 2 to 3. 2 to 3 months sounds about right. I feel like time is flying by. I don't know if you feel the same way. Wow, this search is taking some time. It's already at what, 5? It's according to this saying 574 seconds and counting. I don't think I've had a search go this long. This is me waiting for the cargo to be loaded on my Hull C. Some elevator music. So what are you working on today? Are you doing some mining? Bounties, PvP, executive hangar? The other day, I don't know if I told you, I went with the, I believe the name of the group is, or the org is called Ruin Gaming. I do pop in time to time, hang out with the folks. But he was in that day they were doing contestant zones, so I jumped in and I was able to do just one zone. I was able to do with them. We did Obituaries contestant zone. I think they've done Checkmate the other day. That's kind of annoying. Oh, because I understand. Because the sun is in the way. That's probably why it's not allowing us to quantum directly. So what we need to do is sort of quantum over either left or right. But we still can't. How is that blocked? It's saying everything is obstructed. Am I stuck here? Let's see. Let's travel away from the station and see if we can get it to work. I think we just maybe are encountering a bug. It's very easy to do contestant zones. Hey, what's up, Chris? I bet the station in front of you is the obstruction. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm... Well, I just said what I was doing, but that's what I'm going to see right now. I'm going to see if that is the case. I mean, unless you've encountered this issue too before. And voila, there it is. The station was the obstruction. Are you an avid Hull seer? So to answer your question quickly on that, Hull C today has been good so far. I mean, other than like you have to like sort of finagle the Hull C in a certain way and just to get it to unload or to load the boxes. Other than that, it's been fine today. So on this patch and other patches, but specifically 4.1.1, I've had, and I don't know if your experience, if you have a ship that you can dock, but it is plaguing the Hull C as well. So if you get pulled into the station with your ship and you try to summon it back out to the docking and you try to enter the ship, you get a black screen. So from my experience, there's no way to work around that other than claiming it at another station. That's one major bug. There is another major bug with the Hull C if you were to, and this has been a problem in other patches, is if you take the contract at the site where you're going to collect, there are times where you cannot, it'll say complete, but you only picked up one box. So the workaround around that is to collect the mission at a moon, come back to the station where you're going to collect at, or quantum away from the area and then come back. Yeah, the black screen is a very annoying bug. I've had that happen to me pretty much in all of my ships. It is pretty damaging when it comes to, because everybody, you know, everybody has busy lives. When it comes to with the Idris has that long 3-hour window. Even though if you know, were to expedite the process, it's still 45 minutes or so to get back to Idris, especially if you're going to do some group activities and stuff. And then there's another one I just remembered. It happens time to time. So if you collected all of the cargo, as you could see here, I've had it where if I went to the delivery site, I had one box removed from the inventory on the ship, and it would say, the station would say, it's done. So there's no work around that other than just taking all the boxes off and probably, actually, in fact, you don't want to abandon the mission because that will affect your reputation. The second one, you don't want to also submit with this one box because that'll also damage your reputation as well. Yeah, Chris, that tends to work for me. I've had good results with that. But the bugs that I just recently told you about, sometimes you there's nothing you can do. And what I do is I just destroy the ship and leave the mission up. I wouldn't even like abandon. I wouldn't even submit. These servers at some point, it just, you know, goes away. And that's how I've been seeing a lot of complaints in the community about that. Let me grab the mission. So they've had issues where, you know, they'll go up the ranks like I'm at senior, and recommendations have been in the community is just take one contract at a time. And that's it. Yeah, it is. It is a game-breaking. You know, upon black screen and having the mission completely bug on you, that is very game-breaking experience for any player. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I so far I did just one run, and at senior level, you just have these really long hauls, so it takes time to go back and forth. Gotcha.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel complete. Contact received. Shield on.
I don't know if that's an NPC or is that a player. Might be an NPC because it's not chasing me. Gotcha, Chris. Yeah, I don't know if you know about this, but I was incredibly disappointed. It seems likely they've, when it comes to dumbfiring missiles on 4.2, I was able to do it last couple days, and I noticed that the last 2 patches ago, you can't dumbfire missiles. So I did some research, and it seems likely they removed dumbfiring torpedo missiles. My likely guess on that is because PDCs don't respond to dumbfire missiles, and on the PT there's just been just bloodshed of PvP with ships and stuff. I took out the Idris with the Torp kit, and I knocked out this Idris with a K kit, and I pumped some missiles into him, dumbfired him, perfect. It was a fun interaction there. Yeah, I had that thing pop up on my screen when I did the last haul, so it's likely an NPC. I did in fact do a run from Obituary. I don't remember what I bought. I bought it with my own AUEC money in game, and
Shield off. Shield on.
I had one guy. I do recall him attacking me one time in the past. His name is James Dean. I don't know if you've encountered that player, but I've encountered him twice at Seraphim. Are you asking me a question or? Yeah, so it seems likely. There's no confirmation. I did some research online. I'm going to pull it up once we start. There it is. Okay. And based on the results here, it is likely that Star System 4.2 missiles cannot be dumbfired at targets, aligning with changes to torpedo mechanics and a broader overhaul of missile systems. While official patch notes could not be accessed, the community consensus provides strong evidence for this change, supported by historic trends toward guiding systems. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see. I mean, I did, in fact, tested this out on, like I said, yesterday was another patch, so it was 2 patches ago. And that's where I noticed when I fired my size 12s at another Idris, like point blank, the missiles would go at the Idris and then it would go up, left, right. It didn't matter. It just avoided hitting the ship at all costs. In fact, looks like we had another successful run. We're missing, it looks like we're missing 1 SU here. We could do a quick test right now to confirm that. Since yesterday's patch is today, and then there will likely be another patch tonight. I mean, like, think about that. 1.8 kilometers away. I mean, that's going to be a skill thing at that point. I did in fact I did see that video. I did skim through it. I didn't have enough time to watch it, but if that's what you're saying, 1.8 kilometers away. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I prefer to have like the ability, all right, if I'm at close range, I mean, like, if a target's moving, you still need to, like, calculate whether or not you're going to hit the target. I mean, with an Idris moving around on planet or moon with good amount of gravity, it's pretty easy to hit it. Like in space, you can move relatively pretty quick with the Idris. But then again, you could make an argument saying that that's the one of the Achilles heels of the Idris being, you know, if you're on planet side, you're at risk. So we're gonna go on the PTU. If you're wondering why I crashed in the station, I just want to destroy the ship and, oh no. Please tell me I didn't set my spawn at this location. Yep, we're at Obituary, so... So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this location. And we're going to backspace again, so we go back to Hurston. I mean, you know, with the Idris having like 1,200 decoys or something like that, you're never gonna hit. You're never gonna, you know, almost never gonna hit the ship. I mean, unless you're getting desyncs and a whole bunch of server lag, then yeah.
In her book, Dynamics of a Mindful Life, Maria Hurston encouraged all patients to repeat the following healing affirmations to inspire and motivate healing. I will be grateful for the care given to me. I will focus on my positive energy.
Have you been on the PTU lately,
With my faith in those
or at all?
The platform edge when train is approaching. Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines. Consider it, dear fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
I don't know if you know the creator Kamerl, but he has a recent video today highlighting the
Search travelers at
MFDs, how they absolutely annihilate FPS. And he did the test on the Polaris. So
next stop.
if you put the the hologram to the top left, and then the hologram of your ship on your MFDs, it significantly lowers your FPS. And then if you go in the third person, your FPS is back up again. You put your landing gear, your FPS drops again.
Now arriving. Tisa Space.
You open your doors, your FPS drops even more.
Parking the train. Consider it, dear fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
Kamaru. Let me see if I remember it. Kamaru. I think that's how you. I think that's his name. But he's an avid, sort of like with Foxy Loxy's content. He does a lot of pragmatic testing as well. He's been very consistently, with being right.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
And let's grab. So I'm going to reclaim our ship since we destroyed it.
Insurance claim has been sent. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Okay, we're good. So we're going to switch over to the PTU. And we're going to do a quick test with the missiles. Oh, you can't find them? Let's see if I can pull them up. Oh, it's Camarul with an L. Made a mistake. There it is. And he actually just posted a video. No more dumb firing. Here, throw it in here. That's his YouTube page. No problem, man. So today, I'm taking a nice and easy, chill stream. Pretty base. I am pretty tired. Although normally we'd do a nice, entertaining stream with voice changers. I'm not doing it as much today, and some sound effects.
Welcome to the ASOP.
All right, so
Your insurance claim has been sent.
we're gonna grab the Idris, throw the T kit on, and we'll do a quick test. I mean, I'm fairly confident that even with this content being 5 hours old, his testing probably is done possibly today or yesterday's new patch.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following link.
Yeah, Foxy has pointed it out, and Camarul is just pointed out 5 hours ago. As you can see, his video recently posted today. And we're going to see live whether or not the change... Well, we're going to verify it ourselves right now. I was pretty excited until they mentioned that the front turret on the Idris was a bug. So I thought they upsized the front turret to size 7, like the M. No, not yet. Hopefully at some point in the future we'll do something like that. Oh, did I not add, put the module on? I don't think I did. It's saying, missiles are empty. Yeah, that tends to happen. Blowing up your... Oh, we closed our doors. So we gotta go on the control side. Yeah, it also happens with the Polaris too. You accidentally end up damaging your own ship if you're too close, or desync happens and the missile of whatever reason blows up in front of your face. I mean, I have to say, these ships take a beating now. The Polaris and the Idris. And on the PTU, I was, had a good, was going up against a few players. I was rolling with the Idris K-Kit, and a pretty good pilot was able to fly just above my the bridge and knock me out with a A1. Kudos to that gentleman.
Thank you.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
And I think we didn't, yeah, we didn't put anything on yet. So we're going to throw on the Torp mod.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle selected.
All right, we're going to bring it back up.
Your vehicle has been released.
Pretty great, right?
And we're just going to do a really quick test with the missiles with its recent PTU patch.
What you see?
Okay, where's the Idris?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It says the Idris is on the pad.
Please visit us again.
Guess that's a bug.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'm gonna go back up.
Please visit
I'm gonna go to the lobby again. I know the last time I did this, I bugged it out.
Your vehicle has been moved to a storage facility.
You know what? I'm gonna go downstairs to the hangar and we'll summon it that way.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been reincorporated.
Hunt to Polaris. It is a fun mission. Doing with a group of friends. I mean, you could still do it. You could do it solo. I mean, to an extent. In 4.2, there's going to be a ton of PvP. I don't know if you have an A1, A2, those are going to be very, very popular ships during this new gameplay feature. With Stormbreaker specifically. Oh, and this is the new sort of a new radiation resistance suit. The Sterling Expedition, I think that's what it's called. Let's double check that. Yes, Sterling Expedition suit. As you can see, it pretty much has the same stats when it comes to temperature resistance like the Pembroke. Minus 75 and through 225 Celsius. And the damage resistance is 25%. And it gives you that radiation resistance. Where is it? There it is. Radiation scrub rate 147.42 rems. You can get a better look here with the light for what it looks like. Let's see if I can go down a little bit further. There it is. And then if you move your character's head, you could see it moving inside the helmet. Alright, I think we're all set. Let's just double check we have missiles on the ship. Yes, we do. And we're going to give this test a shot again.
Quantum fuel at 100%. Launch complete. Landing gear retracted.
You know, I've launched missiles inside the hangar with the Polaris. I wonder what would happen if you launched the I mean, you seriously probably blow up the ship if you launched them all four at the same time, the size 12s. Would be pretty funny.
Shields offline. Quantum travel initiated.
Just in case we have anybody on our ship, I did leave the back door open. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty confident that nobody's on the ship. Like, anybody who, you know, wants to hijack an Idris, the first thing you do is obviously head to the med bay.
Quantum travel complete.
Alright, we're gonna go to Las 1. Typically, most people go to Las 1, so there should be some ships we can dumbfire at. I'm going to also throw on the FPS, how much, you know, FPS we're getting at the site too.
Quantum travel complete.
And perfect, we have an Idris down there. Oh, in fact, we have 2 Idrises, 2 targets we can try this out on. First, we're going to do the 1.8K dumbfire away from one of the Idrises. Just to confirm that Foxy's information is verifiably true. And looks like an Asgard. And looks like attack. So we got a bunch of array of ships down there. And then one Idris off to the left there, you can see on the screen, more towards my port side. And one just in the back, slightly starboard side. All right, we are 6 clicks away, so once we get about 1.8, that's where we're going to start our dumbfire. This ship moves like a turtle once we're on in atmosphere. It's 88 meters per second. All right, we're about 3 clicks there. Getting close. And then we're gonna cancel the target. All right, we're about. All right, 1.8. Okay, here it is. So we're gonna on target. I think that's about right. Our missile should hit at this. So our offset here is just a little bit above the Idris, and we have 1 missile loaded up. All right, here it is. Let's see. And so we have to aim up slightly more. Probably about there. All right, let's try that again. Oh. Oh, it worked. Do it again. Okay, that was a little, so it just falls off tremendously. So you have to like pick up the nose a little bit more. Try that again. All right, so 1.8, so you're saying 1.5? Let's try 1.5. Surprised nobody's attacking me yet, but this is for science. And then we'll try one at like point blank just to make sure we can't do that, or can or cannot. So we're about 1.6. All right, 1.5. All right, Idris is there. So this time I'm gonna actually target the ship. See what happens. And it's just bouncing around now. You see that? .5. Yeah, see the missile? It just bounced off the ground. Now it's headed. Actually, in fact, let's do it. We did it with targeting, so we're gonna do it without targeting this time. So that was with targeting, so we're gonna do it without. Let's see what happens. Just want to make sure we're not having some uninvited guests get onto our ship there. And you could see the missiles just going the other way, see? It just went around. So it does not work. Once you hit 1.5, let's actually go about 1.6. I want to try there. It's 1.6, good. And then we're going to try targeting again. And you could see the missiles just avoiding hitting it. All right, this time we're not going to do it with targeting. We're just going to dumbfire without target. And as you can see, it just bounced off his Idris. All right, we're going to go back 100 meters, so we're 1.7. And we're going to do it with target. And as you can see, the missile is just going, it's just avoiding the ship. All right, we're going to do it without target. Yeah, as you can see, even at 1.7, it doesn't work. So we're going to go exactly 1.8 again. Yeah, it didn't hit it, didn't do anything. Now this time at 1.8, we didn't do it with targeting. We're going to target the Idris this time. All right, now we're exactly 1.8, and we're going to aim up our nose. All right, let's see if that works. Exactly 1.8. And it works even if you target the ship. So the PDCs did not respond. So technically this is, I mean, consider a dumbfire if the PDCs are not, you know, firing, because they're technically not locked on the ship. We're just targeting the ship.
Friendly target.
But you could still dumbfire. Let's try launching 4 of them at the same time. Just waiting for it to load up.
Friendly target.
There it is. Idris, I think, is mission kill. Oh, no, it's not. Wow. Shields are still coming up. But the hull is badly damaged. We'll do another 4. That was the last of my missiles.
Friendly target.
Oops. See some fireworks. Where is my... There it is. Who doesn't like to see an Idris blow up? Come on. I have to redo my camera angles. It confuses me. But as you can see, 1.8 is confirmed. The distance in order, or at least on an Idris, confirmed you can, at least a minimum distance where the missile will go off hitting the target. So if you're under 1.8, it'll just do everything possible to avoid the target. I'm not really happy with this change. I don't think many people are happy with this change. So we're just gonna park the Idris. I'm gonna self-destruct it, and we're gonna head over to the ASD site, check out the latency again, since there's more players online here. Earlier there's just one ship before.
Self-destruct. Engines offline.
So I have done the tests. So it does confirm that 2 patches ago, this did take an effect. All right, so when targeting the ship, and you're right, it was about 3.5 kilometers where it locks onto the target, and trying to do 2 things at once here. So it could have been a fluke that one of the missiles got through, but I launched them all 4 at the same time in order to have a chance of hitting an Idris while it was locked on. PDC's attacking it. They did raise the HP of the missiles. Does help a little bit, but if one ends up blowing up, it does affect the other missiles. As far as my experience goes with these larger missiles. Ooh, that was a pretty high jump there. And you can see my FPS is at like 40, so Was that a Nomad? Oh, it's a Gladius. There goes my ship. A few streams ago, I had a battle with another Idris with the K kit, and I was able to knock it out by dumbfiring at the Idris. But when I touched down to go to the ASD site, I opened the back door. That was my mistake. I don't know if it was a player I just mission killed as Idris came running over, but there was somebody that came over and shot me dead. But I self-destructed the ship, and the player didn't realize he was probably trying to take over the Idris. Got onto the Idris, and the Idris blew up. Epic moment. The thing that made me so happy is I captured it all on video. Oh, also, by the way, they did a change to the trams. So there's no longer a door. As you can see, it's just a... sort of like a, you know, like a shield. Sort of like Star Wars, where you go through the shield and you're out of space, etc. You know, like you're inside a hangar. If you go on the other side of it, you technically can't breathe. Sort of like that in here, so you're protected from the weather. Earlier before in this stream, I was sitting down on the bench here, and there was another player in here. He didn't realize that you can go through this, and he ended up falling out in the middle of nowhere. Pretty funny. So yeah, you could jump out of this if you want. But the last couple of days, I've been, every time I come in the tram, there's always like a dead body in the back, stuffed in the back somewhere. Or maybe a few dead bodies thrown in here. But I do recommend, if you're on the tram on the way to the site, and you want to play it safe, you know, obviously with no players, you know, if you want to play it extra safe, as soon as this hits live, it's going to be chaos. But if you find a tram that has nobody in it, make sure to just jump out before getting to the research facility. Because I wouldn't be surprised you're going to have players camping the like the tram entrance. Being that is the only way in and out of this area, since you can't bring ships or vehicles. Currently, right now, I don't know if they've done anything about it. If you hover, if you died at the location, you could see where you last were at, and then technically you can go over the facility where your dead body's at to sort of tell you where the facility's at, and people would go directly to the facility with a ship that you can respawn on, technically with a Polaris or an Idris, or a ship that can withstand the fall. Just to avoid, as you can see, there's a few dead bodies here. Just to avoid setting the respawn to this facility, because there are medical beds at this facility. Now the caveat there is that if you do set your prints to this facility, I don't think you respawn with your clothes on. I think you're just going to be naked. As you can see, the NPCs are not really responsive. But we're still getting 40 FPS here. Even with the rain, all these new graphics are highlighting in this patch. And here's the medical beds that I was talking about, where you can set your spawn point to. There's been a lot of complaints, and it's likely going to happen if there's orgs, groups, whomever, even solo players will pretty much camp the site. So you're just going to be in a. I don't know if at some point you go back to your home spawn point after being killed so many times. But if they don't, you're just going to be basically camped. You're just going to respawn, die. So I don't know if they're going to have some sort of thing in place to prevent that from happening. Yeah. That's precisely why people are doing that. Is that a player? No, that's an NPC. Yeah, as you can see, the latency's very bad. Latency on my side, I can confirm is perfect. I checked the internet connection. We're all good. We're still pretty good at 40 FPS. But I mean, my rig is pretty good. I can imagine if somebody has something an average rig, it would significantly impact them. And we're out of ammo. So this is more or less what I wanted to do. I got more confirmation that, as you can see, the latency is not that good. Still, see if he can kill me. It's taking a while. He can't even hit me. There it is. But at this facility, I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I want you guys to, find out. But what I can tell you is that there is a, I think there could be 4, if I'm not mistaken, 4 ATLS ICTs on site. That will significantly help you take down the Apex Valakar. I also didn't want to ruin the experience of trying to acquire the ATLS ICT as well. There's a lot of guides already online, so I wanted to try to keep this experience as organic as possible. There's still a lot of things I don't know, so you have to collect eggs in order to, bring it to the site there. That's all I know. I don't even know where to get the eggs thus far. So that's going to be another type of exciting thing, exploration. Now the question is 4.2 ready? My answer is no. It is most certainly not ready for the live patch, as you see there. Like there is like no, not that much activity either, and we were getting some pretty bad latency. I do vaguely remember, I think it was Board Gamer brought that up. One of the devs has mentioned that there is a bug that's plaguing, I think it's specifically 4.2, and why the latency is happening and whatnot. Doesn't look like they've found it or figured it out yet. But I can say that there has been improvements over time since playing Wave 1. It was pretty bad. Although very fun for the state it was in. And if you haven't watched my video on my main YouTube channel, The Real Tars, I have released a video on my highlights of my adventure 4.2 thus far. As far as I know, there isn't any kind of, spoilers that you guys wouldn't know. But it will be a new added gameplay feature, like the Mine and Align, where you have to do a bunch of activities in order to get to the end game of the keep saying the event, but it's not an event.
To the ASOS vehicle retrieval, your insurance claim has been sent.
So, what are your guys' thoughts on the new changes with the missiles? Are you guys happy about it, or do you prefer the old system where you could dumbfire at any range? My opinion, I prefer the older system where you could just pick and choose as you go. I think it offers, like when you get down in atmosphere, especially specifically for Pyro 1, every moon and planet have, different, when it comes to gravity, your ship moves a certain way. As you see, the Idris moves like a slug. Now that would force players who own Idrises, who have the K-kit or even the railgun, have to think twice. If you see a Torp coming in, you got to run with the older system. But now you really don't need to run. In fact, it makes it much harder to just dumbfire at 1.8. I think that's what it was. Minimum distance. And in order to get a target is 3.5 kilometers. So do any of you guys know if the new variant of the ATLS ICT, is that going to be only earned in-game, or is that something that CIG has expressed that they're going to, include in a ship sale as well as earned through maybe Wicklow or something like that? So far, I don't know how to get it yet. Yeah, that is a good point, Chris. I do like the fact that they're trying different things rather than just staying stagnant. All right. Yeah, I'm going to check that out later on inside Star Citizen. Any large highlights of the of this episode? I think that's good on them that they're putting a full focus on ironing out the one latency issue. As you saw, it didn't look like we had any bugs per se or glitches. But the last time I was on testing out the patch on the periphery of the research facility that we were at, there are these like little buildings you can go in and do things. I'm not going to highlight every piece. I don't want to spoil things there. But you could see that some of the terrain is sort of off the ground. So there's like bits and pieces that need to be ironed out. Something like that. But there was a bug with the new hazmat suit, the Sperling Expedition. And I'm glad they ironed that out. It was a critical bug where if you wore the it happened to me. I can't speak for every player, but
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
over time your character would start losing oxygen for whatever reason, and it was pretty annoying. And I mean, if that hit live servers, it would be pretty game breaking, because you're going to need it in order to go around that site.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
Sounds good, Chris. Just got confused there for a second. I thought the entrance is on this side. So far we had 2 successful Hall C runs, and we're going to do our last run. And I'm still debating whether or not to do a patch prep video. I already have one on my channel. I mean, it's likely going to be the same information. Maybe some new information like selling guns, components, whatever. Although I do remember I was trying to sell... I had bought some ship weapons at the Invictus, and I tried to sell it at the vendor, and I was not getting any credits back for that. I don't know if it was because it was tied to the event, or if they disabled it because of you know, people are duping still. I just realized how are we able to fly out like that with nothing on? Just noticed that. I might have just turned on my engines.
Landing gear up. Shield off.
All right, while we're making our way up, I'm gonna set our mission up. And this is another bug that happens time to time, where you get stuck on a loading screen like this. There it is. And we're gonna set the POI.
Quantum travel engaged.
I notice you've been very quiet, Rami. Are you working on mining again, or? Cool. Oh, so I know you've been farming the contestant zones. I'm sure you got a lot of military grade components. Now, speaking of going from patch to patch, have those components transferred over to the next? Or have you lost some? Oh, you have a lot? Cool. I mean, if you have a lot, you should have a garage sale. Oh, you didn't lose any. That's pretty good. I mean, did you take them off your ship, or did you just leave them on? Too generous. You give them for free. That's nice of you. What are the type of components you have? Shield generator, power generator, cooling components. I do appreciate you gave me those weapons yesterday. Everything. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You could probably sell all that for millions, probably, if you have a lot of them. I know during the Polaris, Hunt the Polaris peeps, there was one guy that said he mentioned he made about 32 million AUEC on the scripts.
Quantum travel complete.
Okay. It's gonna load up the ship.
Hello, and thank you.
Shield on.
Oh, is that the guy that bought you the C2? Dude, that guy's a Chad, man. That's awesome. I mean, he probably still has a lot left over after the supply or die event. You and some other people that I bumped into had made... I think I bumped into one person, made about 1 billion AUEC during the supply or die event. I think that CIG really learned from that event never to do something like that again. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, so he's basically, you know, he's doing He's just doing the gameplay loops and stuff. Cargo transfer complete.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Gonna take a quick bio since we're in Quantum, headed to our destination. All right, we're back. And we still got 70 Wow, 70 gigameters to go still. I could see this rank is going to be pretty grueling to get through. And I thought experience was pretty bad. I think this is the only mission we have available to us that is in this level. Double check that. Senior, okay. So there's other ones you could do, but these are multiple stops. And then it's saying to collect that ARC L1. I don't think they've added the way in order to like pick up stuff. I know Seraphim has a collection point and drop-off point. Bagini, Everest, Port, Tressler. I don't think any of the L's or the what are the other ones? Just want to go through this list really quick. Yeah, as far as like the direct interstellar large cargo haul, that's the only one I can get. Current one that we're on. But when it comes to these other sites, there's no like I said, drop off or pickup points. Like L5 or any of the L's or any of the... Is there another one? Let me see. Yeah, so pretty much the L's don't have any other than you would have to like go out and actually load it yourself and unload it if they ask you to go to those sites. Oh, he sells ships on Reddit. That's interesting. I mean, they do have these third-party sites where you can buy stuff, buy and sell, whatever. Yeah, so essentially you're tied to gateways, have pick up and drop off, where it automatically either puts on the cargo or removes the cargo. In like Interstellar, like what we're at now, which is, was this Terra? It's either Terra or Magnus, right? Basically your main stations like Seraphim, Bagini, Tressler, I think it's called. No. Yeah, Everest, Seraphin, Port Tressler, and what's the other one? And Bajini. I think I said that. So those main stations, the gateways, and that's about it. Like everywhere else, you would have to load on the cargo. I mean, Hall Seers have been mentioning this, that they want more places to pick up stuff, drop off stuff. You could still do things with the All Sea, but it's still in a sort of a limbo state.
Thank you. And please.
You could still earn a lot of money with the Hull C. Yeah, this is what we don't want to happen, to get impounded. That's where we're going to get that black screen bug. Yeah, it's true. The Hull Seers did have a rough time, you know, since, and, you know, time to time, even now. I mean, so far on stream, I haven't had any bad things happen during the stream, at least this current stream. And it also, you know, if the server is impacted in some way with, you know, problems, latency, whatnot, it does impact your success rate with the Hull C. I mean, imagine with anything you do in the game. But for the most part, if I watch and I know the ways around some of the bugs, I can get away with doing a lot of hull seeing and stuff. But at some point, I will catch one of the bugs, and I would have no choice to destroy the ship. And it's just inevitable, you know. Or I would have the mission somehow get stuck, and then I'm forced to stop, you know, hauling at that point. I mean, unless I want to lose rep, you know, you lose a lot. You basically lose a whole level. It's a lot. You have the whole sea in your hangar. You have used it only twice. I mean, if you know how to, again, like if you know how to navigate around the problems and stuff, you make a lot of money with it per hour. And it's kind of like, it's pretty relaxing to just go haul out in the space with the Hull C. As you can see, there's not much problems.
Thank you. And
You
please
could
visit the
also take a risk too. You could buy. It depends on what your risk tolerance is. I'd say safely, if you want to invest 5 million AUEC. I mean, if you don't have that much, you have like 10 million, for example. I wouldn't put in 10 million, for example, and risk that much. Or even 20 million. If you have 20 million in the bank, you invest 10 million into medical supplies. There's a chance you're likely to lose it. So a safe bet is about 5 million risk tolerance. But if you're really risky, you're going to make out millions of credits. You know, one being the major part, bugs or glitches. Two, you also have to navigate around, players who may want to just kill you, not even take your cargo. And pirates too, if they want to take your cargo. And we have pretty much most of it's been delivered, so we're going to submit it. And we're going to check our rep, see if anything was affected. And our rep has gone up. So it was affected positively for us here. So, I mean, I'm guesstimating we're about 15% in to senior. And we're going to do another one. So far, we had 3 successful runs of the Hull C. So now we're at the end point where we're supposed to deliver it, and we're going to see if we're going to get a bug. I think I tried this before. We're going to try it again. We're not at the collection point. Keep that in mind. So we are technically at Magnus Station. We're going to head back to Terror Gateway. And we're going to set our POI. And we have enough fuel to get there, but we have to refuel once we get to the collection point.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, no, I had to figure out, like, that's one of the things, like, when I started playing the game, that really annoyed me in the beginning. It's like, it was new to me about, like, game development, all this sort of stuff, and it got me annoyed where things happen. It's like, why can't I just play it? That was my mindset, but then I realized, okay, this is a thing in production, and it's gotten better significantly, I have to say. I started about 3.15. You could run down steps and die. That's how bad it was then. I've even lost halls of, like, full halls of the Hull C, the C2. So there were a lot of aggravating moments, but comparatively from then and now is significantly much better from what it used to be. Oh, so you were around that at that point in time. Have you played the Xenothreat event that happens around Mick L1 in the Microtech area in Stanton? where you go up against an enemy Idris, and you got to protect the javelin. 3.13. Yeah, you were here further back than I was, but I can say that 3.18 was pretty damn bad, and the fact that they have Idrises in the game, and yesterday I had a guy that I joined time to time from Rune Gaming. I don't know if you've heard of them. He sent me a screenshot. They did like a content run, taking a picture. I guess it was a contest for Invictus. You know, everybody showcasing their Idrises, Polarises, orgs, whatever. They did it yesterday. He showed me a picture. It was like a bunch of Idrises, Polarises, all in alignment. It was incredible. And then he had a video, a guy in a Gladius flying around, showcasing it. And it's such a night and day difference when it comes to having one Idris causing a bunch of server lag and the Javelin back in the days. Big difference. And that was like with, what, 50 players? I'm looking at your older comment here about the levels. So senior master. In fact, I would say that going from experience to senior was disappointing. I think it was very negligible. I think it was like 16K more. So I was running this through my head and I realized, let's go back to hauling. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Where is it? I don't know. It's not there in the list. In fact, when I started the stream, it populated my list. So the haul was for 698K. Now the haul was between Everest Harbor and Pyro Gateway. That's probably the best contract you could take in terms of money per hour. I would go with that over probably senior and master. Probably I'm not even at master, but I could see that it's very negligible as you go up higher in rank. That does make sense. Yeah, so it's for whatever reason it's not populating for us, but we had it before. So if you are doing the Hall C, definitely take, and you're at the experience level, definitely go with the Everest to Pyro. If you can get that to spawn over and over again, that's going to be probably your best money per hour, because it's like 32 gigameters away from each other. Versus like what we're doing, we're going back from Terra to Magnus back and forth. That's over 114 gigameters and a total of 200 gigameters back and forth versus the 60 total gigameters. Yeah, I'm just looking at logistics, and I thought about that the other day.
Quantum travel complete.
So I don't know if you heard about the leaks for Alien Week. May look like the Prowler. The rise of the Prowler. I believe the turret on the Prowler is bugged for a very long time. But it seems that from the data mined, I don't know, got to take that with a grain of salt. Apparently that it may get some love
Landing complete.
this Alien Week coming up.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Approved to dock.
Okay, where's the docking? Ah, this way. Now the question I have for the remaining ships, right? That they haven't yet released, right? The Ironclad. I don't foresee the Assault at all being released this year. Possibly the regular Ironclad, the cargo variant. The fact that the Paladin wasn't released during Invictus leaves me a little skeptical if they're going to even get the Pioneer even out by the end of this year. I can see the Paladin and I can see the Ironclad. Are there any other ships that we may expect at the end of this year? And going back to Alien Week, I mean, I don't think we're going to hear much about the BMM. I mean, for all we know, that thing is probably shelved for life.
Shield on. Auto-docking started.
Are you saying on the ships that I just mentioned, the Pioneer, whatnot, is that what they're doing? They're backpedaling on some of them?
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off.
I think the Liberator. I'm not a dev clearly, but I'm just observing, looking at the Liberator. It's a very straightforward ship. I can't see why not, I can't see that being a difficult ship to make. Yeah, well, I mean, the BMM will be a it'll be a fairy tale. I mean, I really love the original concept of it. The newer one looks, it doesn't look that good. I also thought about the Odyssey. There's a lot of hype around that at one point, and that one disappeared too.
You are clear to launch.
Engines on.
Thank you, and please visit again.
You know, I'd be very surprised if they do, in fact, release the Pioneer this year. Incredibly, the fact that we had I mean, the Idris was pretty much done. But I think the players were very shocked that the Idris was released in the game. I'd be very excited to see the Ironclad. Just the base version. Could stuff a bunch of tanks in that thing. Oh, the Endeavor. The space station. That's going to be such a cool ship with the attachments and stuff. And the Vulcan. You got to remind me, the Vulcan. One of those is the or the Crucible. One of those is a repair ship, as far as I recall. Repair and supply. I think the Crucible is the one that repairs. The Vulcan... You're gonna have to remind me about the Vulcan. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's pretty much the only boarding ship in the game. They did have it available to buy this Invictus. Oh, the Vulcan's the refuel and repair ship. What was the Crucible again? Okay, gotcha. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that the Vulcan probably does like light repairs since it does the refuel as well. And being that the
Thank you, and please visit again.
I mean, that the gameplay revolving around repair and stuff is we could definitely utilize that now. You know, since ships can lose their jets, you could shoot off their jets like the Polaris, the Idris, and many more. But you know, we also have the tractor ship as well. The towing ship, as they say. Although I don't think it can tow a Idris. That's a good test to try to find that. Maybe there is videos about that.
Quantum travel complete.
That's weird. Not sure why we have this large cooldown.
Quantum travel engaged.
I agree. The Vulcan and Crucible would be an interesting gameplay. Especially, you know, with orgs doing battles now. I mean, mostly with the Idris and the Polaris. You know, you can repair the ship and go back in the battle. That would be, you know, pretty interesting gameplay there. I know, is it the TAC that has some sort of repair? Or some sort of supply, if I recollect. However, not functional yet. Got it. Okay. I was thinking yesterday, just before going to bed, Oh yeah, speaking of the Carrack, there's so many things on that ship. The drones. Although I think the drones are going to be probably heavily tied to 1.0 with base building. Although I do hope that CIG allows for those the cargo area to actually deploy to the ground. At least it'll make it a lot easier to put things on and off the ship. It's incredibly annoying now. Oh, that's how the Vulcan operates. That's interesting. The Apollo getting the drones first. So that'll be the test subject, just like what they did with the Retaliator, doing modules. Speaking of torp modules for the Retaliator, I had to contact CIG about, you know, like, I don't know if they mentioned this, the people who bought Retaliators before the modules were supposed to be grandfathered in with torp mods. I noticed I get it on the PTU, but not on the PU. Unless I'm wrong overall, so. So I'm sure you saw the roadmap projected for this year, what they want to do, you know, engineering, even like little bits and pieces of crafting, more extensive gameplay when it comes to, you know, operating a ship. And I think the most anticipated one is base building. I don't know. I mean, I can see them doing a tier like what they did with armor sets, tier 0. I could see them doing that with the base building just to start it off and then start to build upon it. I think that's a better approach than just throwing into the game. And I mean, it could work or it could be disastrous. If they throw, meaning if they throw the full features of base building, which I don't think they will do that. I think the safe bet is to do like a tier 0 system and then building upon that until they can get to their end game goal 1.0. Yeah, that's a smart idea on their part. You know, at least they can iron out the you you know, I would imagine there's going to be bugs and critical bugs, even rolling out with the, for lack of better words, tier 0 for base building. Since it's going to be affecting the existing physics in the game. In fact, I don't even know if it's going to be involved with physics. I know it may be well. I'm not speaking at an expert level here. I'm just guessing here. But I do know is that the hangar platform in your hangar, apparently that's not like physics. That's why when you put something on it, it bounces around and stuff, or your ship bounces around. But then again, I drove the Nova tank, and that bounces no matter what, where you're at, and other ground vehicles. So in that roadmap, I mean, maybe this is just a rhetorical question, but what are you most excited about and hoping that they can get out by this year? Whether, you know, ship, whether feature. Or hoping that they can get out by this year.
Shields on.
So hard to stop Hull C with its full cargo load here. A reputation. Have you played the game Anno 1800? I made a big suggestion about that in one of my videos about the shard system, and it was, I just realized just now it was very irrelevant to the shards, but there was a lot of recommendations I made during that video. Oh, you haven't. So similar to the 3 factions, right, in Pyro that you can get your rep up, whether Headhunter, Citizens Prosperity, and then lastly is the Frontier Fighters, right? I mean, they do already have that in the game. Anno has a similar thing as well. You can build up rep. You can also trade with these. You know, if you're neutral with one, I wouldn't call it faction, but I guess a country maybe in this game, or owner, and you could do bartering if you are, you know, if you're a good standing with each other, or you agree to have a treaty. So there's like a bunch of different systems it has in place. If you're enemies, obviously you're going to attack you on sight, right? Now, if you're allies, they help you attack your enemies. Something this game doesn't have, which would be pretty damn cool to have. I mean, that's a building progress. This is not like a true economy, right? But like your reputation affects you in that way too. And I think, like, I just thought of another thing they could add. You played GTA 5, right? Online? I'm sure everybody on planet Earth has played that game. You'd have to be from another planet if you never played the game, right? Or maybe extremely religious. That's another thing. You probably never played the game, if so. So in this hall, we actually, before I go on the subject, this hall we're down a significant amount. I think about a little over 220 SUs. I want to see what that's gonna either impact us negatively or still give us, you know, positive results in our reputation. All right, so it didn't negatively impact us, even with minus 220 plus SEUs. We still went up. That's good to know. I think that's the most I've been under. Well, I mean, when submitting, of course, but oh, you never played GTA? Well, you've watched it, okay? You still had some experience either playing or watching. I don't... It was not me bashing religion. I don't care if somebody's religious or not. You know, but people that are religious won't play a game like that. I can see that. Certain religions. And how strict you are, too. But, oh, it doesn't appeal to you? To each his own. To each their own. Yeah, so in GTA, I thought of something like, you know, when you had like bounty missions and stuff like that, you can like pay some sort of NPC, you could send like a hit on them. I don't know if you watch like RP GTA, but the regular version allows you, maybe they do allow you to do this in RP, But you can send hits after players and stuff like that, which I find pretty funny. You know, having the reputation base, which is a cool system, having ability to send not just one NPC, you know, I guess the more NPCs, you obviously have to pay more. Send them after a player or whatever. That'd be pretty cool. Although I do recognize that they have one of the missions in Pyro where you wait for a ship to arrive and you're supposed to, you know, ambush them, whatever. It's similar to GTA. Has a style of missions like that where you wait for a target to arrive. You either follow it or you take them out. So similar premises. Well, yeah, you know what? You're right, Chris. I also been seeing a lot of content recently discussing a lot of the complaints about PvP's always been very controversial in the game. And there's been a lot of mix of opinions about it. Whether there should be PvE servers, PvP servers. So yes, I could see that. I could see there may be issues surrounding that, or maybe not. Maybe players might prefer that kind of interaction. Oh, is that so? Targeted harassment. Well, what do you mean by, like, what is the definition of target harassment? Is it like a player just keeps going after the same person over and over and over again? Or is it like just one interaction, you get into a scuffle, you kill the person once and that's it, you move on? I don't see it being that way. Well, first and foremost, if you were to take out somebody, you wouldn't know unless they told you where they're spawning at. The only other way I can think of, you know, if one, you have a target bounty on your head, that's different. That's part of the gameplay. You can actually see the player where they're at. Now, the other way I thought of, if somebody is watching someone's stream like myself, they know exactly where I'm at. Technically. And that would be basically that I could see being against TOS, because now you actually are actively cheating because you guys just see where I'm at. Stream sniping, yeah. Just like what Rami said there. Now, I'm just saying, like, even if you were like, all right, it doesn't have to be a streamer. You're on a Discord, and you have your video on. That's still the same thing. It doesn't matter if you. It doesn't have to be a streamer. You could be just, you know, you're with your friends. And obviously, if somebody has the information to get on the Discord too. Oh yeah, people. I think people still do get stream sniped in the game. I had one guy. He raided my channel. I think it was the largest raid I ever had. I think it was like 300 viewers. So it was very unprepared for that. Definitely something to get used to. Very excited. Very exciting as well. But that was one of the things he mentioned when he jumped in with his viewers. I accidentally showed my information as far as system information, but thankfully it was so small you couldn't make it out. You know, on a bigger screen, it still couldn't make it out. You know, stuff like, you know, people. What's the word I'm looking for? It's something. Oh, packing. You know, they send you packing and they lag you right off. All that jazz. Again, I'm not a server guru or you know, dev guru, but for lack of better words, somebody server packing you one, and then, you know, stream sniping, whatnot. Well, he was saying something like, just don't show that information, or whatever. Maybe that information displayed what server I'm on. It's very well possible, you know, somebody can find me that way, whatever. But I mean, if somebody wants to find my IP, they're going to find my IP. I'd imagine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that was like the first thing. He's like, dude, don't show that. You know, you don't want somebody to, you know, find out where you are and stream snipe you, whatever. But I was like, I said, in fact, it would make it much more fun. You know, at that time, I think that was the Supply or Die event. And what I was doing, I was farming, it wasn't copper, it was the other thing that was being bought out by everybody. Everybody was hanging out at Magnus Station. I still have a screenshot and also a video of everybody lined up. Such a funny time. I mean, it was the least path of resistance, buying everything at Magnus and transporting into Pyro. Pirates started, you know, getting wise to it. You know, they were covering all the junctions, main junctions that, you know, you would take to get to the Pyro Gateway. Smart. I would have done the same thing. Although I haven't done any pirating during that event. But I can tell you right now, Rami made out with like a bandit during that event.
Please proceed to assign.
Approach to dock. Shield off.
Okay, so this is going to be my last haul. Just got to refill the ship. I don't think we're going to make it there with the amount of fuel we have. I used to play with an org. Chris says, I used to play an org who had a nemesis org. So by playing with my org, I got put on a list and was constantly tracked and harassed by the enemy org, and they were ruthless. That's interesting. Are you serious? Hacking, tracking me down in real life. Wow. That's pretty scary, bro. This is in Star Citizen. I'm guessing. That is beyond insane to me. How people can take things. It's a game. That serious is insane to me. Yeah, Rami. Someone taking to the next level for giveaways.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Not physically in person, but finding out my real identity and people close to me. Dude, that is pretty sick in the head, though. Ain't gonna lie about that. That is sick in the head to go as far as to... Well, because that's... What is that? Menacing? Is that probably the word you use in this case? It's obviously very disconcerting when somebody does that, to make you have this kind of eerie feeling inside. They're obviously trying to provoke you, clearly. Yeah, that is clearly illegal.
100%.
I guess that term, using that term that way, that's my opinion. It helps that my friend's a lawyer. I'll have to ask him about that, but... Well, the fact that they're tracking you, hacking you, those are clearly illegal. Can't do that. Now the problem you find here is you need the proof in order to show that they are in fact doing that. That becomes very difficult.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Engines on. Docking launch complete.
Thank you, and please visit again.
So I don't understand what you're saying, man. English, please. English. Chris also says they're very clever about doing those things without giving you solid evidence to use against them. Well, I mean, if they're doing it, they're probably gonna. I mean, you'd think they'd be very smart about it. But stay clear of any agents or directors. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Oh, I see what you're saying. The org you're talking about has all of them prefixes, director or agent. I don't know. That's just wild to me, man. How people can take a game, just a game, this serious. It's wild to me. Well, I'm glad you're all right, man. You belong to another org these days? Or was that the end of your org days? However, the org that you left, I'm glad that they stopped bothering you. Did they get the same kind of treatment too, or it was just they were picking on you? I gotcha. Yeah, man, this is eye-opening to me. I didn't know this sort of thing happens. I here and there I'll hear like people talk about orgs being toxic. I don't have enough experience to verify that. I have joined a particular org. I don't know if you've heard of them. Time to time, I do join them. Named Ruin Gaming. I don't know if that's the exact name of the org, but pretty good group of people.
Thank you, and please visit again.
You know, it's just unfortunate. Their schedule is more aligned in California, so they're up much later than I am. So otherwise, it would be you know, hopping aboard or whatever. But, you know, there's the other aspect, content creation, all that sort of stuff, and other, you know, things, prerogatives and whatnot. It does make it difficult to be in an org. Also, in that org, I believe most of the members are either active military members or armed forces, I should say, or retired, or whatever it is. I believe it's Ruin Gaming. I know it's for sure it has Ruin, R-U-I-N. The guy that is the org leader, his name is Arceus Ruin. He does do, I can say for sure, during Invictus, he was doing events, inviting people in the verse to join group activities. He's done one the other day, this weekend, for the contestant zones. So I joined them during the contestant zones. It was fun. Had a great time. It's just a time difference is a big killer. For the most part, Star Citizen players are mostly pretty chill. I do agree. Oh, I didn't see your last comment there. Chris says, I'm in number of different orgs now, but usually play solo. Can't handle voice channels where someone's talking nonstop over everyone else, which seems to always happen. When it comes to this org, if they're in... I'll give you an example. When they were doing mine in a line or supply or die, comm channels have to be clear. Like during operations, everybody is off the channel, or if somebody is talking, they tell them to stop talking, and just have the comms clear for just, you know, just doing the operations kind of stuff, so that you're going to more or less get more discipline. As far as my experience goes with them, they're pretty disciplined when it comes to comms. But more relaxed settings and stuff, which has been happening lately, that hasn't been, I guess the best way to say it, chatterboxes. See if I can find them. Hopefully I don't get knocked off the game. That's another thing. I don't know if you were here when I explained this, Chris. So if you go AFK while in Quantum with the mission, for whatever reason, I could see, like, if I have this open, the whole game spazzes out and it like completely like freezes, which forces you to restart the game. Pretty much every single time I've come back into the game, I would be at the destination site, but I would be very vulnerable to attack or boarding, whatever. Oh, you found them? Oh, that's cool. Rami sent this. This is the guy that helped Rami out. This is his loadout when it comes to his fleet. It's a good fleet. He's mostly into smaller vehicles and stuff. Is that a Galaxy? Oh, he's hoping a lot for that. A lot of people are hoping for the Galaxy. Galaxy's a great ship. Let me see if I can find this guy. There he is. Oh, he's streaming Dune. I know he does Dune as well. I'll show you a picture of what they were doing yesterday. Pretty cool. Nevok is one of the guys that belongs to the org. Cool guy, German fella. And you can see he's highlighting how small his ship is amongst the Idrises, and you got a bunch of Polarises. Great shot. They did a great job there. And see if I can find it. I think it's called Ruin Nation, as far as I know here. Oh, no, I take that back. It's called Ruinous. Ruinous. I'm not going to display the information on the stream. I didn't get his okay for that. But as far as the picture, that is going to be on the Star Citizen website. That's going to be the competition photo that they took. Yeah, he invited me out. I believe it could have been yesterday. I think that's when they did it. They had a whole bunch of players. I couldn't make it. But I would have joined them in their adventure there to get that awesome shot. I know Foxy Loxy, he has one with his org. Another awesome shot they took with all the Idrises and Polarises and whatnot. I'm not sure what causes it, but I know for sure 100% of the time it happens. That thing happens if I keep alt tabbing while doing the missions and stuff. I haven't tried it without anything loaded on the ship. I know this happens for sure if I have a loaded ship or even just having the mission.
Hello, and thank you.
All right, we arrived. Here it is. Are we gonna have another? Is this Last one gonna be a success. So far, we've been having a pretty good time with the whole sea. You encounter a bug where your character can't free look anymore. Doesn't matter if the ship, if I backspace, relog, server hop, etc. started happening over a week ago. And you can't even find any information about it. Interesting. Are you talking about, like, if you're running around in your character, like, you can't do this? Well, do you have your sticks, do your throttles operate your character as well, or did you set it up that way? You might have hit the right shift on your keyboard. There's left shift and right shift. So if you hit right shift, you lock the position of your Y and X axis. You could still do the Z. You could roll if you have it set up that way. Buzz Killers Binds. I don't know who that is. But I mean, if you have your HUD the way I have it, oh, it's not it? I mean, as far as my knowledge, if it's not that, I mean, I would start to, like, do what you just said, disconnect the throttles, see if that does anything, but you're gonna have to search more online. I don't want to give you the wrong information either. I have to get going, guys. I've overstayed, but we had a good positive run today with the Hull C, and we did a bit of testing with the PTU with missiles and stuff. Had a fun time doing the. For some reason, I can't self-destruct the ship. Interesting. Yeah, can't see if I could do it this way. Speaking of issues, where's self-destruct? Combat, there it is. No, nothing. That's weird. Oh, yeah. Probably because of that. Yep. It confused me because, like, in Pyro, you could just self-destruct. In fact, you could probably self-destruct right next to the station. I don't think we had enough speed. Oh my god. Somehow we survived that. We were like bouncing around like a ping pong. And even worse, I lodged myself in here. Alright. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get out of the chair and backspace. We seriously lodge ourselves in here. A failed attempt at deleting ourselves there. Anyways, boys and gals, if there's any gals, so it's probably just pretty much boys. I had a great time today doing this chill stream. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a stream tomorrow. I don't know. See, as far as like people keep saying patch prep, I don't see the 4.2 coming out
Back to work. Ask your doctor or pharmacist how to taper your
yet
medication.
because of the latency issues and stuff, but if anything, we'll do a pop-up stream, maybe not. If anything, my regular schedule is Wednesday, and I know I've been doing a lot of pop-up streams, but I've been enjoying them as well. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today and having a great time chatting with you guys. Oh, sorry about that, Rami. Yes, that's true. Ladies and gentlemen, I am incredibly forgetful at times. But I had a great time chatting with you guys. Hope you guys had a great time with me today. See, let's get a good camera angle. There we go. Until next time.
Come on, keep it moving.
I'm talking here. So, until next time, guys, hasta la vista.
Keep it moving.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter.